How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Oh, have we got some stuff to talk about? It's gonna be fun today. Actually, just a perfect amount of news. Did I stream during the week like I said I was going to? No, I didn't. I feel very vindicated in the fact that I was very unwell. I ate something that did not sit right with me on Wednesday when I was going to stream. And it did not sit right with me. I'm okay. It wasn't a big deal. It was a terrible night. It was a terrible 24 hours, but nothing's wrong with me. All right. Welcome to Oversharing with Merrick Towns. I'll be your host. I feel good now. I cleaned out my system. It's all clean. My entire system, top to bottom. I feel great. I feel great now. Oh, it's like Nighthound, I think you're going to appreciate this, but like, you never truly appreciate the warmth until you've been cold for a while, or vice versa. And when you learn what being cold really is, and then you get into the warmth, and you're like, wow, this feels so good. But once you're in the warmth for a while, it doesn't feel so good, you know? I feel amazing right now, but it's probably my standard status quo. I just, didn't feel great for a little while. So. I thought you'd be able to relate to that one. All right. We have some interesting ones to talk about here. Oh, Russell, no, you're not wrong. It's also the dangerous cold as well. When you are like, this is why you have to work about sweat management. When you're like going out to go hiking in the real cold, is like you don't want that sweat to stay on your skin, because what can happen is basically you work up a sweat, you get really hot in whatever clothes you have on, and then as you start to cool off, your temperature just plummets because you can't, your body can't warm itself back up. Yeah. Nighthound might have learned what true cold was last year. Just maybe he just maybe he came to the States when we role played as Canada for a little while. Who knows? All right. All right, let's jump into the news. I hope everyone's having a fantastic week. I hope everybody's having a fantastic week. Hopefully your weekend is starting well. Hopefully you're excited to start the news with me this weekend. And yeah. Let's get into the news. The very first bit of news we have to talk about today is a piece of news that pushed Louis Rossmann over the edge. There was a very nondescript insider preview of Windows that came out. So this introduced a few different things. New feature gradually being rolled out into the dev channel. It seemed very innocent. There was even cat pictures used, which, I mean, we all have feelings about Copilot, but like, that's okay. The real problem now was Windows Hello. Windows Hello Enhanced Sign-On Security now supports peripheral fingerprint sensors. Okay, that's fine. And all of this stuff seemed fine. But if you actually go into it, which I should have had this one highlighted, but I didn't. Let's see, which maybe I need to search for it. I thought it was right there at the top. All right. Well, it is in here somewhere. Let me find it. Welcome to the news with Merrick. He knows not what he is doing. I'm not used to Windows update stuff. I don't know how they do this. I don't know how they structure this. Look, I'm going to give you the link. And I'm going to tell you what it is. They're patching out local installs. So basically, you have to install with Windows Live account. You can't install and have a local only install. So that was Louis Rossman's big deal. He made a hilarious video. I love the video because of how it was made. Okay, so like I thought it was pretty hilarious. I was like, kudos to him for doing that, and I really liked it. And I actually sent him a message. Well, I haven't sent it yet. I was going to send it today. I only saw this yesterday, and I was going to send it today. But I'm going to send him a message because he is doing a thing where if you don't know how to install Linux and you want to install it, he's going to install Linux on your machine for you at their facilities. And what I wanted to offer with him is I will, on the same day, run a thing to show people how to install Linux, where I can install it on a couple devices. I can also install it on a couple VMs online. People are more than welcome to come to where I live if they really need the help, but not many people here need the help installing Linux. So I'm offering to participate in that and spread a little education, do a few canned, these are how you install some really, I was thinking Ubuntu, Pop! OS, and maybe like 2 community favorites. We just run through some VMs. So if you're interested in that, let me know, because I told Louis I would join him. Or I haven't told him yet. I'm going to later today. So anyways, that is a big thing. I actually am also very upset about this, even though I can't find the exact thing on here, because seriously, not everybody has to be in the cloud or wants to be part of your cloud ecosystem to use the OS. And I actually have given classically in the past Windows a lot of passes on stuff that they do with Windows that I don't care about or whatnot. But this one does seem to be a little bit far reaching, where you get a computer with an OS and you have to have an online Microsoft account. Now, I know that I don't know. Does Apple do this? I feel like Apple does this already. But we don't like Crapple anyway, so it doesn't matter. So, anyways, I'm not a big fan. That's all there is to it. And the people who do are the 1%. Sure. Linux has a long way to go. RDJ power. You're right, it does. In adoption, it's already perfect as it is. Have you used i3? One of the most user-friendly windowing experiences I know. Can't get better than i3. Solidly top tier list. I just don't know what you're talking about. Now, I will agree with you that most people that care probably have already done Windows or know how to figure it out. I'm just offering, if people would be interested and think it would be helpful to people to see how to install, I'm happy to help show people how to install. If people are interested in getting off of Windows and you've only been on Windows and you're watching this, let me know. I will do some and show how to install it and get going. I will show, you know what? I can even show how to install it in a Windows VM for people who would like to just play around first. And because I actually do dual boot this machine, so I can boot into Windows. I do that for DaVinci Resolve because I can't get DaVinci Resolve running on this machine. On Linux. I don't know. Everybody else seems to get DaVinci Resolve working just fine. Togglebit has it. What's his face has it. They all seem to do it. I have to give it another shot. But yeah, I've struggled with getting DaVinci Resolve to run. I don't know why. Oh, I understand that the tech people know how to install Linux. All right. So for this next piece of news, I need to be very upfront because I like being upfront with you all. I work for a competitor to the company we are just about to talk about. And I don't want you to think that's going to bias me so before we talk about this security vulnerability in a competitor, I'm going to show you a very, very, very painfully similar security vulnerability that happened to ourselves. This is history. You can go find it, and I'm not showing anything secret. But if you want, you could go look up CVE 2020. It happened in 2020, where there was a very painful 9.8 critical security vulnerability against the Aerospike database. Now, this was patched very quickly, and the patch happened all before people even knew that it was a vulnerability. But this all actually comes down to UDFs written in Lua. So basically, there's user-defined functions that people can write in Lua and execute them in the database. Sounds really, really cool, but what you don't realize, the big pain, is when you put Lua in your database. Let's talk about that in a whole nother episode of what introducing Lua to a thing does to that thing, because I have thoughts, feelings, and painful memories about things like that. So I'm bringing this up as full disclosure. I'm not here to rag on something. I'm here to bring you the news. I do rag sometimes. And so anyways, I wanted you all to know I'm being very upfront here. When I say that, Redis didn't learn from our mistakes. So Redis usually tries to copy us when they do their advertising and things like that, but they didn't learn from our technical challenges of implementing Lua as user-defined functions in their database and stumbled headfirst into almost the exact same issue. So what happened? As part of an ongoing effort by Redis and the Redis community to maintain Redis safety, security, and compliance posture, a security vulnerability in Redis has been identified and remediated in the versions indicated below. Okay, great. Score of 10. There's the CVE. But what was it? Well, basically, if you had authenticated access to the Redis instance, which isn't as hard as it sounds, because if you hit a service that then calls Redis, well, that service is authenticated. So if you can get that service to pass your thing to the Redis instance, you can get it. You can see here where you can chain your attack, and it's actually fairly easy. It's not that difficult. A lot of times, Redis also sits in front of things, so like you pass stuff straight into it. If this is you, if you guys are running Redis right now, I highly go check this out and make sure that, like, I literally stop watching the stream, stop watching the YouTube video, go check out your Redis version and make sure you don't need to update, because it is now known and out there in the wild. You need to update right now, and then come back to the stream and you can watch the rest of it. So there are some very initial things that you can do, like restricting network access, enforcing strong authentication, limiting permissions. Just so you all know, there are roughly 80,000 known Redis clusters that are exposed publicly to the internet. That's what one of the researchers was saying. So there's quite a few out there. You really need to just go out there and fix it right now. Also, just don't put your database public to the internet. Like, literally, don't do that. I can't tell you how many times I have told people this. Never do that. It happens all the time. People continue to do it. Toyota, thank you. I'm looking at you. Don't put your databases reachable to the internet. There's no need for it at all. All right, what happened? Well, if you want to look at this, you can. I will give you guys the link here, but let's talk about it. The meta table. Yeah, Lua is difficult. Lua is difficult to do, but basically what you can do is you can give it a UDF, or that's not what they're called in Lua or in Redis. What are they called? Not that, not that. Yeah, it was at the Pon2Own Berlin that it was done. Redis shell. So basically what you're able to do is leverage the Lua sandbox and escape the Lua sandbox, because the Lua sandbox is less of a sandbox and like a Lua suggestion. It's like the Lua suggestion box. And so you're able to escape the Lua suggestion box and trigger a free after use and establish a reverse shell for persistent access on the machine. This gives you access to the machine and basically all the information and data on that machine. So if it has keys and stuff like that, the person can just run Trufflehog then, download, run Trufflehog, get all the keys that you have. Not only that, it has access to other systems from that machine. So any machine, they can start launching attacks inside your network on other pieces of infrastructure that aren't normally exposed to the internet. So all of those other machines that you were like, well, yeah, those things aren't exposed to the internet. Well, too bad. Now they are, because you have a reverse shell. Because, yeah. It happens to the best of us. That's all I have to say. This attack actually happens to the best of us. So again, I hope that I covered that with enough, not honesty, but upfrontness for you all. I don't know. I almost thought about not covering it, but then I was like, it's actually a pretty big deal and you guys need to know. So I tried to do it the best way that I could. So let me know. This attack was sponsored by Lua. Yeah, the Lua suggestion box is very, very suggestive. That's not the right meaning. Feels very optional. A lot of times. So in security, there was a couple other things that I wanted to note. There was two things, basically, two companies, two major companies that did some major English is always a struggle for me, guys. Give me a second. There were two oh my goodness. There were two major companies that released a update to their security posture, which I thought you all might like to know about. these aren't major newses, so I'm just going to cover them together and let you do with what you will with that information. There you go. Apple upped their maximum reward from $500,000 to $2 million. So we're doubling our top award to $2 million. Oh, I thought it was $500,000, but I guess it must have been $1 million to $2 million for exploit trains that can achieve similar goals as sophisticated mercenary spyware attacks. This is an unprecedented amount in the industry. It is an unprecedented amount in the industry. So this is pretty... It hopefully says that they're actually willing to pay out for valid things and that they're actually taking security that well. Now, I don't know about Apple's security program and if they actually pay out the things that they award and whether they're real sticklers on it, because sometimes these companies are super sticklers. I don't know Apple's stance on that specifically, but this is a whole lot of money for an attack if you can prove it. Now, obviously, for this $2 million payout, they have a lot of things that you have to meet, a lot of criteria on it. But this was an expansion on their security vulnerability as a whole. So if you go through this, there is quite a bit. There is quite a bit of different things. So you can go through there and check it out if you're interested in this and the different current and new maximums. Like I said, 0-click chains are now up to 2 million. 1-click chains to 1 million. Wireless proximity attack is 1 million. So again, they did pretty much double everything across the board, except for this and app sandbox. English app sandbox escape. I don't know why that was so difficult to say. More than doubled. So anyways, like I said, I don't know about Apple's policies. I've never tried to get paid from them for one of these things, but if they do pay out on their word, like they say here, these are unprecedented amounts and quite a bit. Obviously, these are difficult and hard to find. 0-click chains. I mean, they are. You don't find one of these every day, but this is hopefully them saying that they're taking security very seriously. So I'm happy to see it, even though I dislike Apple and I make that known in every time I say their name, just like I am right now. But I do like to give them credit where credit's due. The other major company that released something in the security field that probably actually affects you more than this does is that Microsoft is now mandatorily Microsoft is now enforcing its mandatory multi-factor authentication. It's their phase 2. It's starting in October 2025. And if you didn't know this was happening, you do now. And you're welcome. Happy birthday. You can't say I didn't get you anything for your birthday. I'll also get you something for Christmas. It's called the AI Games. You should stick around and check those out. Anyways, if you're wondering what this is Microsoft a while ago has actually told its upper leadership that part of their base pay was going to be based off of security. Now, I actually have to say that I've been disappointed. I've been watching, and I cannot tell you that Microsoft's security posture has gotten that much better as of late, but there are some things like this that are coming out of it. I know that GitHub has also done mandatory 2-factor authentication, or it's rolling that out next year, January of next year, I believe. And Microsoft Azure is doing some of the same stuff. And so that's really good. It's really good. Kudos to them. I think that any company, anything that's used by company, any business, B2B, business to business thing like Azure should just always be mandatory 2-factor authentication. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that any online thing should also be mandatory 2-factor authentication. If I ever launch one of my Null Cloud things, we're going to do mandatory 2-factor authentication. I know it's a pain, but your account is precious, and I want to help people protect their account from themselves because that's just who I am. So those were the 2 big security posture changes in the last couple of weeks. What do y'all think about them? Okay. Since nobody's excited about multi-factor authentication, do we need something better than multi-factor authentication? Do we need something better? I want something easier. I want something easier than multi-factor authentication. Tell you what, I have gotten annoyed with multi-factor authentication. I have gotten annoyed with it. I multi-factor to so many things at this point. I reach for my phone like 30 times a day to multi-factor authentication. Well, it's worse because I reach for my phone, I say, yes, it's me, and then I go for, yeah, like, there's now like 3 things in it. Oh. And if I forget one of those things at home, I can't log in. I mean, my laptop, my phone, my YubiKey. Like, I have to have all 3 things to log into a thing. I'm about to be like 4-factor authentication or 5-factor. I'm going to need, well, I already have to have a fingerprint. I have to have my device. I'm at 4-factor. The 5th factor, I don't know what it's going to be, like a blood sample. I'm going to have like a little thing that plugs into the USB to take a blood sample for genetic testing. Russell, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Or, yeah, like, yeah. I mean, like, I'd even be okay if, like, when you locked the computer, you had to auth through it again. Right? So it's not like you'd even get a full 4 hours. It's the fact that I have to do it to my computer. I have to do it to everything in the ecosystem. So it's just inundated with like, oh, I have to go log into that system. Hold on, let me get my phone. Let me get my YubiKey pressed. Let me step through the hoops. 3 minutes later, I see the dashboard with the thing that I wanted to see, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay. Just took me 3 minutes to tell you that it's still responding. All right, we have some really cool open source news. The first pit, I don't care nearly as much. I just can't speak correctly. We have 3 pieces, and I only held up 2 fingers because the other finger was on the other hand, and you couldn't see it. But we have 3 pieces of open source news that I think might interest you. The first piece, I'm not going to speak too much about because I don't know that much about, but I'm sure that you guys know more about it than I do because, well, your Twitch and YouTube chat, you know more about everything than I do. But this first piece here is Node 24. Node 24 is here. It is the new long-term support node. So if you're a big Node fan, go check it out. There were some releases, there was some stuff in it that sounded cool, but I don't really know Node that well to tell you like, okay, so the fact that the V8 engine is upgraded to 13.6, what does that mean versus the previous one? I don't really know that much. I mean, enhanced type arrays, I mean, it sounds good, but I don't know enough to really speak any more about here. Again, with the upgrade to 7.0 in Node 24, again, you can go read for yourself if you're really, really interested. I'm not super interested. They don't have HTTP 3 support, which really hurt my feelings. I'm glad it's HTTP 2, but we're already on 4. So like I'd hope that it get to 3 here soon. You know, that's I can hope and dream. I can hope and dream. But yeah, Node 24 is out. Go check it out. It is going to be the long-term support. So cool. You can settle in. You can download it, you can run it, you can use it, and you can kind of settle in knowing that you're going to have support for many more years into the future. Now, what's more interesting than Node to me, and I know that this sounds completely ridiculous, but what's more interesting to me than Node is Redux OS. Now, Redux actually had a pretty big release. Redux released multi-threading by default and a couple other really big updates. I'm going to actually post this here. I don't run Redux. I run Arch, by the way. But if I was to run another OS, I would definitely actually try Redux. And I absolutely want to try this in a VM at some point here soon. But basically, they did some key things with multi-threading that super improved the performance. The other thing that I really wanted to point out that I thought was actually maybe more interesting than that was the small file performance. So implemented in-node data inlining for small files, which result in a massive performance improvement. I think everybody should go read and check out this and what they're doing here, because this is like a really cool thing where you can learn. We don't all get the opportunity or the time to make an OS and figure out all the problems that an OS has to solve. And they're getting to do that. So it's a great time for us to learn from them and for them to actually learn these things. So I would go check it out. This is really cool. What this means, how to do this. It can make sense to store very small files in the node itself to save both space, no data block needed, and lookup time, no further disk access needed. This file system feature is called inlining. So if you didn't know what this meant or whatnot, it is a thing that OSs can do, and it can improve files access. Actually, it's really interesting because when you think about it, extremes always usually get you for some reason, right? So unless if you design for it, a bunch of really, really small files or a bunch of really, really big files because you didn't plan on a file being larger than a page or something like that. So it's usually those extremes that are going to hit you in performance because A, you're not really thinking about them, and B, even if you have a few small files, it doesn't really matter. It's just when you have a bunch of really small files. And so they take handling them with special cases, special methods and stuff. This is the type of things database have to deal with all the time, and or what makes a database good at one thing and not another thing. You know, what makes a database good at a bunch of reads but slow at writes is how they handle these edge cases and how they do them. So anyways, I get very interested in them. You should go check it out. It's a cool project. Look at this, Redux on a BlackBerry. I don't even know what a BlackBerry is. Can somebody explain to me what a BlackBerry is? Is it an operating system? It can't be an operating system. I just don't know what a BlackBerry is. And what is this? Like, is that a touch keyboard that just has so realistic shading it looks like the light's actually shining on them? I think that's what it is. Now, those are personally a little too small for a touch screen for me. So I'm going to need your all's help to let me know what a BlackBerry is. But anyways, it's cool. It's cool. Go check it out. Go check it out. The last project I want to bring your attention to, the last open source project, near and dear to my heart, is Postgres. Postgres 18 was released. So if you don't know Postgres's release cycle, they do a major one each year, basically. They do a major version each year. And 2025's Postgres has been released. Now, it has a couple really exciting features to me that I think are really cool. And I'd love to actually dig into how they did the different things. a little bit more in the future. If I do those, I'll make streams of them, of course. But this was, yeah, Postgres 18. Now, I highly recommend, if you can upgrade to Postgres 18, you upgrade to Postgres 18, because these features are actually really killer. Now, one of the features is making it easier to upgrade to Postgres 18, because one of the failures of Postgres was its analytics engine. Basically, every time you upgraded, the old analytics weren't valid for the new analytics engine. And because of that, basically when you upgraded, your database would perform worse. If you don't know how databases work, or especially like Postgres, they build up analytics so that they can actually optimize your queries and things like that. So it does a lot of really big smarts behind the scenes to save your performance. And so with 18, they now upgrade your analytics too, so that you don't take a huge performance hit as you upgrade. Fantastic. The last time I upgraded Postgres was a while ago, a very long while ago. And what we did was we ran them side by side while this one ran its analytics. And the time before that, we just upgraded to a much bigger machine. Anyways, it's been a problem. It's been a problem. And it's not anymore. It's not. The other really big thing that they introduced here was this asynchronous I/O. So, as many of you might know, databases access disk differently than a lot of operating systems do. A lot of really high performance database will actually just use disk not managed by the OS, because they don't necessarily need it to be. But the thing is, if you leverage the OS isn't designed for a database needs. And that's what Postgres has figured out. Postgres previously relied on an operating system read-ahead mechanism to accelerate data retrieval. However, because operating systems lack insight into database-specific access patterns, they cannot always anticipate what data will be required, leading to suboptimal performance in many workloads. Postgres 18 introduces a new asynchronous I/O subsystem designed to address this limitation. AIO lets Postgres issue multiple I/O requests concurrently instead of waiting for each to finish in sequence. That can be a huge deal depending on your workload. We're going to talk about that in just a second. This expands existing read-ahead and improves overall throughput. AIO operations supported in Postgres 18 includes sequential scans, bitmap heaped scans, and vacuum. Benchmarking and just demonstrated performance gains of up to 3x in certain scenarios. This certain scenarios is really, really important. This is not them scamming you. Just because you upgrade to Postgres 18 doesn't mean that you get 3x the number of performance. What it means is, hey, if you have a read-heavy database, most likely, again, I say read-heavy, it's probably a very specific type of read-heavy, you can get 3 times performance from this. If you have a write-heavy database, I doubt you see anything from this at all, right? So this is some of the things that you have to think about when you're looking at these types of things. Is performance is all relative to what you're doing with the database and how you leverage the database. And something I'll go back to, what your data is like and how you access it and how you leverage your data, what your data smells like. That's the best I can go with. So anyways, I think it's a big deal. I think it's really cool. If you have a read-heavy data set, you probably are going to see lots of benefit from upgrading. Now, of faster upgrades, better post-upgrade performance. This is what I was talking about with the statistics engines. Is the generation and storage of statistics. People don't really realize this, but databases generate metadata on your objects. And they do that for query planning and a bunch of other things as well. So like if you run a count, they don't necessarily have to count how many things are there because they already have that in metadata. And so they can just return that because they already know. So anyways, I'll let you guys go ahead and read this yourselves if you want. It's pretty cool. Oh, I did actually think this was cool. The OAuth introduces OAuth authentication. So you can use OAuth 2 mechanism supported through PostgreSQL Postgres extensions. I thought that was pretty cool. What amazing AI related feature is new Postgres showcasing? Oh, okay. You're just trolling me. You're just trolling me. That was the open source news. Did you guys see anything else come out of the open source news? Did I miss something big? Something important? I guess I could talk about this. I didn't really have a whole lot to say about this, except that we talked about it last week. And because we talked about it last week, I probably should give it at least 5 minutes today. Last week, we talked about how Ubuntu was a big champion for the Rust ecosystem and the Rust tooling, where we talked about the issues with sudo and how those had persisted for a long time, and that there was a critical vulnerability that CISA actually put on their list that's being actively exploited in attacks. Now, when I said that, there was like, oh, it's in Ubuntu, and there was some questions and whatnot, and I just want to clarify. Ubuntu 25.10 was released. If you don't know what that is, it's like they're staging. It's like their prep work for their next long-term release. And it's setting a stance for their next long-term release platform that they support for a very long time. I don't remember how much. I think it's like 10 years. And it's setting a robust secure. Well, I'm going to say it's setting a security posture. It's setting a security stance, and it does some big things with sudo rs and core utils that are moving over to some different projects that they believe are going to provide some better stability and better security in the future moving forward. So I'm very interested in watching this, and I'm actually really grateful for Ubuntu and Canonical for doing this. I think it's actually going to have a huge impact. It can be very hard to replace old legacy tools that just work, even if they're a security risk or things like that, with things that you don't know and understand, because there could be memory leaks or memory issues in them, but you just don't know because it takes a long time and is hard to discover. And so I'm grateful for what they're doing here. One of the reasons I wanted to give them a shout out. And I'm really interested in how this turns out, how this works out in the future. So I'm going to be watching this. I don't run Ubuntu right now. It's a fairly decent operating system. I always liked it and recommend it to people if they're wanting to try out Linux. Another one that I recommend at this point is Pop! OS. It's also, I've seen a lot of newbies use Pop! OS with a decent amount of success that just works. So anyways, and like I said, I'm happy to do a stream on how to install Linux if there's people that are wanting to get into this that aren't really techie. I'm happy to do it like you're 5 and walk through all the steps. Anyways, cool. I have one more thing. I know a while ago, I talked to you all about some of my AI related things that I like to do. We've done some of them. We're working on some of them. The AI arena is one of those 3. And another one of those is an AI agent orchestrator workflow thing. So we talked about this a while ago. We're working on the AI arena, which we're going to jump into later, like pretty much right after this. And we've got some competition. That's like the best thing that I could say. It's not real competition. They're not actually doing the exact same thing that I wanted to do, but it's something that I've seen the ecosystem need as a whole. So let's talk about it. Introducing AgentKit. So today, or not today, but earlier this week, OpenAI introduced AgentKit. Today, we're launching AgentKit, a complete set of tools for developers and enterprises to build, deploy, and optimize agents. Until now, building agents meant juggling fragmented tools, complex orchestration with no versioning, custom connectors, manual eval pipelines, prompt tuning, and weeks of front-end work before launch. Actually true. Like this is kind of what I wanted my tool to solve a lot of this. And actually, I don't know if Sam Altman, I mean, I know Sam Altman watches my streams. So I know Sam Altman stole this from that stream where I expanded on it, because he hit like 5 out of 7 points. So it was kind of spot on. Agent Builder, a visual canvas for creating and versioning multiple agent workflows. This is one of the things I wanted. I wanted a UI where you could drag and drop and connect the things. Super cool. A connector registry, a central place for admins to manage how data and tools connect to. Again, I wanted inputs and outputs, or what I called them was, I use syncs. You know, like you had syncs that allowed you to like take this data and put them out. But sure, connectors actually make more sense for standard English. So really, really cool. And ChatKit, a toolkit for embedding customizable chat-based agent experiences in your products. This is something that was not part of mine and I think is garbage. So whatever. These two are super cool, and we're going to play around with them. We can, if I get tired today of doing some Rust and programming the AI arena, we'll probably come around and play with this, because I do have access to it. So I want to see how well it works. It looks kind of like what I thought. It looks too Apple-y, to be completely honest. Mine wouldn't have looked this good. Mine would have had a high level of jank to it. But it looks like this, where you basically have input and you have output. So like, you know, this return item could go to this thing, and you could have an agent that works on it, or it could have some logic like if else that can be on it. So again, this is kind of what I wanted people to be able to build. And basically, I wanted events and I wanted syncs. And so your events were like input things, not a start button, but it could be like an HTTP request. And your syncs could be things like Twitter, like, oh, post this thing to Twitter. So anyways, it's pretty cool. Mine also wanted, anyways, we could talk about the differences later. Those don't matter. This looks cool, especially if you just want to build some really cool little things. I don't know. We're going to have some fun playing around with it. What do you guys think about it? It looks like a cross between N8N is kind of similar to what I'd like to do as well. N8N is actually fairly interesting. It's missing some of the core functionality. I've played around with it. It's missing some of the core functionality I'd like to do. And one of the biggest problems that I found with any of these is the agents aren't good enough yet. Like, I can use N8N, and I haven't built something that I would trust to actually post on X for me, right? Unless if like everybody knew that like this was just getting posted by a bot or whatnot. I do think that there are things out there that I could do with this, but like I just haven't gotten there yet. I need to have better safety checks and stuff in there. That one of the things that, and this one is difficult because it means that it's not a DAG anymore, is I basically want, and this means that then, and I'm actually reading up on languages and stuff. I want that this node right here to be some sort of check and basically say, okay, if this fails, we go back here and we try again. Or, you know, you could pick wherever you wanted. And so that adds a decent amount of complexity to it, because it's more of a language then than it is a DAG. Twitter, I probably am going to make that. I'm probably going to make that just as like a place where we can test stuff and see how it works. Especially if we build something like this, I probably will build the Null Slop, which is just a AI slop channel. I mean, I'll 100% put on there that it's a slop channel. I'd like to try. I'd like to try and get it to a working spot. Anyways, the only other person besides myself and OpenAI that I've seen working on this is actually Microsoft. So Microsoft introduced a new Microsoft Agent Framework, the open source engine for agnostic AI apps. So this one, I don't know as much about it and I don't know all of its capabilities, but it seems to be targeting some of the same stuff here. I don't see a nice UI and stuff like that with it, but again, it has some of the same things that it's trying to do here. The only difference here is this very much seems to be tied to, Copilot and Azure AI. I think Azure AI Foundry is probably the biggest thing that it's tied to. Not that it's open source, not that you can't use other stuff with it, but it just works with Azure AI Foundry, not all the other stuff. So I don't know, Russell. I don't know, but I can give you this so you can figure out. I wasn't super interested in it, and maybe this is my bad. I wasn't super interested in it because it looked very tied to their AI Foundry. And to me, I wasn't super interested in their AI Foundry. If you guys tell me that I should definitely try it out and understand it a little bit better. One of the things that I find interesting in this is I've been down a rabbit hole. Last week, you all sent me down a massive tunnel. It's no longer a rabbit hole. It's a winding labyrinth. I'm in the catacombs of how to measure the worth of an AI. I have ideas on this. And I'm trying to document out like some requirements that I have in my head. But then it got me thinking, well, I don't just want to know about code. I want to know about the agent. I want to understand how much did it cost for me to run the agent. The agent's going to run through tools, and all those tools and all those runs are going to run. And then there's going to be some amount of code at the end. And my question is, how much does that cost? And do we understand its cost? And did it save us any amount of money? Or is it actually dead weight? I don't know the answer to these things. No one in the industry is talking about these things. They'll say a 30% acceptance rate as like, that's like the criteria people are talking about, and it's absolute dog water. And I don't know. The other problem I have with this idea it's going to be a lot of time and effort. And I'm just not sure. I think some companies will want it. The one part is individuals probably don't care or want it. So I can't make it for the people. I have to make it for corporations, which was a little of an ick moment when I realized that. Wait, you did not send me? We just informed you of its. What did you inform me of the whereabouts? Wait, I was so lost in my own thought, I did not read that in relation to what I was saying. Oh no, I descended. I jumped. I jumped right into that thing. I put a lot of thought into it too. I put an unamount, way too much thought into some of this. I actually have a fairly decent plan on how to track a lot of the things that we need to track with AIs and everything. And what I just don't know right now is it's going to be a lot of work. 2026, it's going to be a lot of work. I don't know if people really want it though. The major AI companies don't. I think that they're happy with acceptance rates because all they're trying to do is they're trying to give the best stat. This is like the SWE benchmark. They were gaming the system to give themselves the best look. So those companies aren't actually interested. As far as I've ever seen, not one of those companies is interested in actually knowing how good their agent is. Not one of them has ever critically shown a desire to understand how good it is. They give garbage statistics and then they're happy with it. And they game those garbage statistics. So they're not even as good as those statistics could be. Like, that's the worst part is like, because they game the statistics, they're not even as good as those statistics could be. And so, like, if those companies are going to be resistant to it, which I have a guess they're going to be, and it requires you implementing it into your agent, it means that we can put it in any open source agent. Those communities are probably going to be accepting of it. Or we have to put it into the editor and wrap the agent, right? So we could do that where we release a plugin for Cursor because it supports plugins that wraps the agent. But this gets so much more complicated. Now we've gone down into the rabbit hole of how can we do this without their collaboration. Or we just do it in the open source ones, and we get political pressure for them. I don't know. I'm like super excited about it, but I'm also like, nobody's going to like go for it. Nobody's actually going to. I don't know. Shall we program in some Rust? Oh, have I shown you all this? I feel really, really stupid. For the longest of times, I ran yay.-syu just like this, without this make flags. And I have a few projects that are actually built from source. And if you guys don't know how Pacman or Arch works, they just run the make files. And it's interesting. It's interesting because I would have really, really long builds. So if there's a new build of something that I build from source, it would use like half of a core to build the project, and it would just take forever. I feel dumb because I didn't even put two to two together. I had to go Google it, where like you can just do make flags. Like, there you go. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now when I go to upgrade, I put the whole might of my machine towards the upgrade. It's awesome. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. All right, I'm going to go make a cup of tea. I'm out of my Earl Grey, which is super duper sad. My double bergamot Earl Grey. Super sad. I will be leveraging. What will I be leveraging? I don't know. I'm going to make a cup of tea. Are you in a British phase? I think I maybe am in a British phase. What would you recommend next tea I try, Russell? One Brit to another. You know, I have to just change my. I'm gonna get a little bit more angry. Oh my goodness, my daughter. So our car has a front trunk. As people would call it here, a frunk. And you know, so we have a trunk and a frunk. Now, my daughter looked at me and she was like, "Dad, do the British call that a fruit?" I died. I cannot now it's the boot and the fruit of the car. Like that's it was amazing. It was amazing. I died. I died right there. I very proud of her. Making fun of the British already. Oh, okay. Anyways, I'm gonna go find some tea. I was thinking maybe of a not for taxes though. I mean, I do it once a year. You know, we blow stuff up on July 4th, July 3rd. It's the pre-party. We throw, you know, tea into bodies of water. It's good tradition. Good tradition. We do our you know, every 4 years we do our pilgrimage to Boston. Actually, going to Boston, and there are some really cool paths like that you can walk that like take you to the pier and then through like some of the history that happened there. Whether you're American or British, like is a really cool walk through history of the things that happened in Boston, because like Boston was at the epicenter of a lot of this stuff. So if you haven't been to Boston, you go to Boston. That is one of the coolest things I have ever done at Boston. That's not joking. I don't go every 4 years to throw tea in the ocean. That was a joke. You celebrate by polluting the ocean. What do you think fireworks are doing? Have you ever smelled the air in July 5th? Just go smell an American city July 5th. Oh. Also, I don't believe that putting a bunch of dried leaves is really considered polluting. Because if that's considered polluting, nature's polluting right now. Nature's putting dried leaves in every waterway right now. Uh Nature's celebrating it right now. Nature needs to stop. I'm gonna go cut down all the trees, guys. They're polluted right now, putting leaves, dried leaves in everything. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. All right, if y'all don't know, I'm going to go on break. And while I go on break, we built this game of Wordle together. Now, the leaderboard doesn't work because I haven't gotten the time to actually make the leaderboard, but the game of Wordle works. You guess a 5-letter word. If your word is the most popular, most people vote for your word, it will be the recommended one. As soon as one person votes for a word, like Russell just voted for ocean, the timer starts and you have 30 seconds to get your votes in. So have some fun with Wordle. It was a fun little game to make. Twitch plays Wordle. And you have an E. You even got a good start. I'm going to put a little background music on for you all. I'll be back in like 10-ish minutes. 10-ish minutes. Have some fun. Go stretch if you like. And we'll just get into some work after this. Or if you guys have a topic you'd like to talk about, bring it up. We'll talk about it. Good guess. Good guess. Excellent guess. Latin's not a word? Are we for real? You know how many dictionary problems we've had? I believe that this is actually... a conspiracy theory. I don't know how we could be this bad on dictionary takes without some sort of conspiracy, to be honest. Don't make me bring back the... Don't make me bring back the Elite Dictionary, okay? The Elite Dictionary is truly something to behold. What a disaster. What a disaster. All right. What should we do? Let's see. It has Merrick and Atari. Thank you very much. Merrick and Atari. I need to actually update. I need to update all of them, to be fair, to be honest. Yeah, I need to update the word list because another thing that we wanted to do was have, we have the nerd word list as well. And the thing that we don't support right yet is switching which word list you have dynamically. So one of the things that I thought would be really cool was to basically, like, if you guys get 2 in a row, switch to the hard word list, right? I thought that would be kind of fun. Oh, did I miss a cheap viewer offer? Shoot. I've been needing some more viewers. Dang it. Well, there goes my cheap viewers. Now I'll have to go with the expensive viewers. No better quality, just more expensive. I was thinking that it would be really cool. I was thinking it'd be really cool to dynamically increase or decrease the difficulty. And I would just do that based off of like word list selection. So, yeah. Anyways, I was thinking about taking that really hard word list and removing all normal words. Like, so basically just removing all word lists in the standard word list. So it was just difficult words. So you were like guaranteed a difficult word. That's kind of the idea. It's terrible. I know. I just feel like I can't have you all guessing them all the time. There needs to be a challenge. And for those of you not aware, the other word list is a challenge. Russell is good at Wordle, and Russell was not getting all of these words. Such as words associated with monks and 14th century music. There was words about quorum in there. Please. I mean, quorum just means that you had the minimum number. What if you had everyone present? What would you say? Would you be like an uneducated fool and said everyone possible voted in agreement? Like, this is just copious amounts of words when brevity is key to make you look professional. Most would have said Plena. Like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I so dropped Plena in a meeting to describe this exact thing. I was like, I'm so glad we have Plena. Oh. My boss sometimes dislikes me. Everyone was confused. Yes. Most accused me of making up words. I was like, please, I don't make up words. Oh, that's right. Okay. I meant to work on this throughout the week, which I obviously didn't do. And this is what we were working on, basically how we upload the stuff. Now, what I wanted to do was basically add 2 command line arguments to add the first 2 in there. Like basically, so like if you want to run 2 test cases, like this AI versus this AI, without setting up a CSV file for all of this, you should be able to do that, right? Actually, do we have a... Sweet. Certi enabled CSV. Cool. So what we need to do then is, do we make these arguments? How does this work here? It just works in the normal Certi way, right? With serialize and deserialize. So yeah, we can just do this, right? Now, what I haven't ever done here Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Ew. Wait. Yeah, I would like the test results to be serializable out to CSV too, right? So, gross. We gotta go all the way down. This has got to go all the way down. And I think we're like in one Megadon file. Which is fine. Oops, this is not fine. I'm actually really starting to like I have for a little while, and it's been about a year since I started leveraging NeoVim. I'm actually starting to get comfortable enough where it's like, I went to this thing, I did the thing, and then I went back to where I was. I'm starting to get comfortable enough that like those things are fluid and I don't have to think about them. And I'm starting to really like it. I mean, I always liked it. I guess there's just aspects of it that are just feeling more conscious. I don't know if that makes sense. There's liking the idea, and then there's like that point where it's just like, and don't get me wrong, I've used it 2-3 times a week. It's not like I used it for my full-time job, so it probably took me much longer than it takes a lot of people that like decide to use it for their full-time job. And I would say about halfway in, about 6 months in, I felt like I was just as productive. But there was times when I would have to think about things like, you know, I'd have to think about how I was gonna hit stuff. Like if I wanted to go to the top or the bottom of a file, like that was something, or if I wanted to go between these two brackets, like now the 2 brackets just is a key motion. I don't even think about like that it's percent. It's just shift. Like it just happens. The same with like, yeah. Anyways, you get the idea. It just happens now. I don't have to consciously think of like, oh, it's shift 5 to go to the other bracket. It's just a key motion. Anyways, Vim mode in Excel. Ooh. Brother, you're killing me. You had me at Excel. Oh. All right. Okay, so we have the serialize and deserialize on this. Now the next thing we need to do is, I guess we need to make command line arguments out of this. Now, the other thing that we could do is we could make clap command line. Do we have clap installed? Oh, let me update my titles. As a manager, you know that's your right. Russell, is there a little denial in your voice? Is there a little deep-seated denial? You know your IDE is Jira. I'm feeling a little denial here, Russell. You and I both speak the same language, and we know that it's Jira. One of my newer engineers a couple of months ago who was like, how did you get as far as you are and are as bad as you are at Jira? I was like, I promote honesty and the ability to come out and say these things. I'm also accepting of the criticism that I am terrible at Jira. I am the worst person to have admin to Jira. I have a policy. I don't edit anything in Jira by myself. I always get somebody more knowledgeable. I'm terrible at it. Okay, I just had a thought here. I had a terrifying thought here. Let me think about how to articulate this. I'm passing around API keys here to each of these configs. Now, I cannot do this, right? And the reason I cannot do this is I don't want people to do this in their, like, we were talking about this would be a test case that's in a CVE, CSV, a CSV. And so this cannot be here because if it is, it has to be in that CSV. And that's, I cannot allow that. I cannot allow that. Now, I'm also terrible at doing it, but I have an idiot's confidence that I can do that. I'm glad you have the confidence. This makes you a better manager than myself. I am truly terrible at Jira. The worst part about Jira, rant here, they keep changing the UI and forcing you to use the new one. So just as soon as you feel like you finally grasped the new way that they lay it out, they're like, nope. You thought you had a top bar? You don't have a top bar anymore. Sorry, not sorry. Screw you. And then I found in the settings where it's like, use the old UI. And so I clicked that because I was accustomed to the old UI. And then a week later, they were like, okay, well, now we're taking away that setting. You have to use the new UI. Jira, give me a break. I need one. That Kit Kat bar, not sponsored. Okay, so we're just gonna have an agent, like a agent, not config store, but an agent secret store in memory. That whenever one of these goes, they can go get the secrets from that. Well, it will just be a central place in memory. I don't love that. I feel like that's probably bad from a security perspective as well, since you're always putting secrets in the same spot in memory. But it's better than forcing them to put it in plain text here, right? And then we can circle back in that agent store. We can probably encrypt them in memory somehow and make it a little bit better. Russell, you have a unique outtake. I am learning to appreciate the new one. I am learning to appreciate the new one. But yeah, I'd prefer to be punched in the stomach over being punched in the nose. But in reality, I'd rather just not be punched at all. Yeah. And I guess for me, it's just been like this rapid change. Like, it was only a year before that when they changed their UI pretty majorly again. And so it feels like, because I'm not in Jira all the time, it feels like as soon as I get comfortable with it, I only have a few more months with it in a comfortable position. And then don't get me started on, like, as your company grows, like, Jira permissions are wild. Jira permissions are one of the most wild things. Like, you think IAM is confusing in AWS? Jira beat them somehow. Somehow, Jira's more confusing and more complicated than any of the other ones. Like, I had to become an admin of a space in Confluence to create a template. I don't understand. And why are templates in look and feel? I don't understand. It's wild. It's just absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. The Atlassian UI devs they're trying to keep their jobs. They're like, oh no, you need us because we're working on the new big update. The new big update's coming out. You need us. Atlassian, do yourself a favor. Just get your UI devs doing something else. Like, it's good enough. It's good enough. Performance improvements for the next year. That's what I want to see. If they could make performance improvements to the UI, dude, that would be huge. That would be huge. So I don't have to click a button and wait a minute. Ugh. 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 Or stop running it on a Raspberry Pi. I don't know which one it is. All right, so if we do this, now our agent config looks like this. Which can be put in a... and now I'm just... CSV. All right. And no passwords are being shared. That does ruin how we were going to do everything. But that's okay. We need... Now, are we going to make these configs? Oh, the JQL. The JQL. So I've thought about doing honest ads on things that we all have to deal with. I don't know if that's crossing the line, because Jira is one of them. I feel like a lot of people could have fun with it. But it's like about a specific company, which feels like a line I probably shouldn't cross. Feels like a line I shouldn't cross. Oh, Jira should definitely just use Lua, for sure. It'd make running code on their machines so much more easy. I don't know the solution to the Lua problem. I feel like Lua is the easy one to go to, but it's also the one that's just so easy to escape. We're in a pickle. That's what we need. Something to solve this for us. A real language. I need a Rust language that has a runtime. I'm not even joking. I want Rust syntax, and the next person that says OCaml, it is not OCaml. It is not OCaml. OCaml my foot. So we could do like test case 1. Now, what we need to do here is basically say if we have these two things, we don't read in a file, and if we this should be like just T, maybe just F. I think you need tests. Yeah, Russell, you're right. I think a lot of what happens with these databases. One second, let me pull this up. A lot of what happens with these it looks like this. It looks like this. What happens is you have some web service that sits out here. And we'll say this is the dotted line of the internet. I know that you can have like ingress and stuff. I'm not trying to get like super fancy, but this is like public web out here. And this is your service. And this is like the barrier to your stuff. And then you have like a database that sits back here. Something like this. And you could even have like a service that sits here, some service. And what happens is that you use these user-defined functions. In our case, they have to be loaded into the database. So you have to load them into the database. And then this service can actually run that function here. And so the idea is that like you extend it's a stored procedure. It's a stored procedure in a NoSQL database. That's all it is. The problem comes is that you can, if you're not very careful, you can trick this service into storing a new stored procedure with like if you're not sanitizing for that specifically, if you're not thinking about that specifically, you can craft something that will store a new stored procedure. This has permission to now there's a lot of ways to fix this. One of the things is like make it where this server does not have the permission to store a new stored procedure. You know, there's specific permission sets, but again, there's so much what happens in the software world here. There's so much to think about. You'll never think about all of it. I mean, that's why there's tools and stuff to help with it. Like, I can sit here and tell you like that's how it is, and I'm not going to say that I would forget to look for that permission set for an internal service even, you know? Make API, 100% Russell, I'm 100% on board with this. Make APIs and make them run their code on their own machines. I'm 100% on board with this. I'm on board with this. Okay. Wait. What? Can you send me a link to that? Can you send me a link to that? Oh, did this have to be a character literal? It might be. Oh gosh, I have to go through this again. Kubernetes kicks down Azure front door. If you're struggling to access Azure portal for Microsoft Entra, I don't know how to pronounce that. This morning, you weren't alone. Microsoft has blamed a Kubernetes crash for the outage. The Windows giant noted problems from UTC with multiple regions around the world reporting issues with its service. Our monitor detected a significant capacity loss of about 30% of Azure front door instances, predominantly across Europe, Middle East, and Africa, Microsoft said. Surely it hadn't ruled out a borked update yet again. Oh no. Was this after a bad update already? I mean, I know that I've heard a lot of people talking about Microsoft front door being closed more than open, but like, you know, I don't know. Not this time, it seems. The company continued. We understand that this is due to a dependency on some underlying Kubernetes instances that crashed. We have ruled out any deployments that could have triggered this event. What are they saying here? Wait, where's the Microsoft? I need to find the Microsoft. That said, losing almost a third of one's capacity due to a crashing Kubernetes instance is less than ideal. No, I mean, when you use Kubernetes, you assume that the nodes are ephemeral. That's how Kubernetes is also designed, so that you can lose nodes. So this isn't even an acceptable blame. I need to see their own words, though. I'm going to look for them. A properly architected solution should be able to recover from whatever woes befall the orchestrator, but apparently not Azure. I mean, like, I'm going to say this. They should be able to. Now, obviously, things always happen. Like I just said, you can say this, but did you see this angle? Did you see this angle? There's always... I have never seen an architecture that hasn't succumbed to its own success. Now, there are things that I consider basic and every major cloud provider should do by default. You know, I called Google out because they didn't reach that minimum standard. So we'll see. I got to look at what they said. In a move familiar to the manufacturer when faced with similar problem, Microsoft engineers reach for whatever serves as an on-off switch for its Kubernetes implementation. We've been restarting those underlying Kubernetes instances, and AFD instances are coming back online. Oh, that's front door. The service appears to be staggering back to its feet, and Microsoft has stated that the vast majority of impacted resources have been restored. Microsoft 364.5 and counting. Oh gosh. Do they link to the... I get really annoyed when these don't actually link to the... They don't actually link to... let's see. Now, one of the things that I'm going to say is possible here is that while any one node going down shouldn't, but if you have entire regions of nodes going down, I don't think that that's in the standard architecture. Now, I would also consider Google, Microsoft, and Azure, Microsoft, Google, and AWS to be outside those standard architectures. Like, they should actually probably have more so that a entire region, 2016 AWS, an entire region going down shouldn't take your entire service down. Like, that's how they have to operate because they've reached another thing. Now, for my services, for smaller teams, if an entire region goes down, that might be an acceptable trade-off to say, well, if an entire region goes down, you know, we could have degraded services because, like, well, we're not in 12 regions and don't have data replicated to 13 different countries and whatnot. But anyways, let's I'm so tired of ads. Like, I don't do ad blockers because I appreciate that people get, but like Windows, I guess maybe Windows Form isn't Windows. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I thought it was Windows, but this isn't Windows. This isn't like owned by Microsoft. I was gonna say. I was gonna say, Russell, I've actually looked through postmortems with you all, so I've talked about what I find good in postmortems. You know, okay, you lost an entire region of nodes. Now, the fact is, don't blame those and stop there. Don't say, well, front door went down because Kubernetes nodes went offline. Why did those nodes go offline? Why did an entire region of nodes go offline? Like, that's maybe something you should look at. And if it wasn't an entire region of nodes, you shouldn't have had downtime. Like, again, just to be fair, you're operating on that scale. That's no longer an acceptable architecture for you to have, right? So these are things that they need to be doing in their own postmortems, even if they don't link them, like even if they don't release them publicly. I hope the teams themselves are doing those types of postmortems because it's actually really important for them to do. If you want to provide a highly leveraged service that people depend on, one of the best things that you can do is learn to run really good postmortems. And to do that, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. I can go into running a good postmortem, but like, you need to do that because you need to actually get to, and I'll say the root cause because a lot of people say that. There's actually a decent argument why root cause isn't the right thing, because usually it's not a single root thing. There's not a single thing that caused it. Usually it's an amalgamation or a cacophony of multiple different things that happen to bring one of these complex systems down. It's not just a single thing. If it was just a single thing, it would happen more often. Single things happen all the time, but it's a combination of a bunch of things. So when you do your root cause analysis, you're not looking for one thing, you're looking for a bunch of things that happened and why all of those things lined up and how you could stop those things from lining up and taking your service down. And I would say that it's with a sufficiently complicated product, it's effectively, as your complexity increases, it's effectively, so does the impossibility of assuring that it never fails. You know, if I had a service that just printed a line, that's all it did, I could almost guarantee you it never goes down. Now, minus the machine going down, and then there's some stuff there. But like, as I'm saying, like as the complexity increases, the guaranteeing it is almost impossible. And so I understand those things. But what you have to do then is look at those root causes, all of the things that added up to it, and be very honest with yourself internally. And I would say, as your leadership, you need to encourage the teams to be honest, and you need to reward them for being honest. Because if you get teams that are hiding stuff because they're worried that they're going to get reprimanded fired and those types of things, you're just encouraging people to hide stuff that's not useful, that's not actually going to make your service the best service it can be. So if you'd like your service to be the best service possible, you've got to take these things seriously and you've got to support them from the top down. You got to make sure that you have that trust in the company. If you don't, it's almost impossible for you to run really good ones. It deals with DDoS attacks very effectively. It slams that door shut at first sight of anything. That I was trying to find, I couldn't see anything. Like, I can't find like Azure's thing. It sounds like only a few nodes went down, which is very weird because, yeah, if this is a WAF, there's a lot of ways to deal with. So when DDoSes happen, there's a lot of techniques that can happen. One of them is like load shedding. Some of them is just distributing the load out across a bunch of different machines. Like this. So usually you want to have a ton of machines so that none of them get lagged behind. Then you can do like the allow lists and disallow lists, and there's a bunch of different methods that then kick in. You know, if they're seeing a bad actor, they'll add it to the disallow list and they just drop it right here. It doesn't even make it to the network. And then you can do like there's a bunch of different things that they can do, but one of those is to distribute the load out. So it really should be able to massively scale very, very, very quickly. When you watch these and they handle them, they expand the number of nodes handling these things very quickly. So you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Maybe this is a hot take. I don't know. But let's say my architecture is this. I have this front-end service that connects me to the internet. I don't think this is a hot take. I think this is just a lukewarm take, if anything else. And you have this service, and let's say this service depends on I don't want to call out a real project because it's not my goal to call out a real project, but like not my thing. Let's say my core architecture relies on this project. It could be Postgres, it could be whatever. But when I have a failure, and let's say this thing goes down, this thing that's not my thing, my response to the customer is not, oh, it's not my thing. Because I designed this. This thing right here was my architecture. It's my service. It's my solution. And part of my solution leveraged this thing. Now, it might have gone down. It might have been a service I depended on. But my answer isn't, oh, well, it's not my fault. It is my fault. My fault because it's my service and I designed it this way. I could have built this thing from the ground up. I decided not to because I decided that it wasn't cost effective. I decided that I had bigger fish to fry. I decided that they could probably do it better than I could do it. There's a lot of reasons you might decide that. But in the end, this was your decision to buy this thing, to use this service, to leverage it. And so in the end, when I talk to clients, customers, or whatnot, my root cause isn't somebody else did something. Don't get me wrong. I leverage this thing. And I think that Cloudflare actually did a really good job of this. Cloudflare had an outage. I can pull it up if people are interested. It had an outage where they relied on Google for some stuff. And it wasn't even clear that Google was the failure in their write-up. And I was super proud of them. They said that they had a third party and that the third party had some failures, and because of the third party failures, they failed to handle some stuff properly, which meant their architecture failed to understand that Google might screw up, which is outstanding because I don't know how you would fail to realize that Google's going to screw something up. And so like that, I thought was a really, really, really good job. Your goal isn't to throw somebody under the bus. When you do this public announcement with your lessons learned, it's your lessons learned. This is what we learned. This is how we're going to protect you from doing it in the future. And this is like, that's what you're doing there. That's giving the confidence to say, hey, these people are on it. One, they're on it. And two, they've learned, and this thing isn't going to hit us again. Is Rockhard back on Discord? That's super. I feel bad. I didn't have the time to keep up with fragmented things, so I did not see that. But I'll go swing into raw codes. That's awesome. I need to support raw code more. I feel bad about that. Let me know if he has a big event or something coming up. I want to make a point of supporting him and giving him a shout out. He does some really good work. No PIR raised yet. I'll be interested in seeing the PIR. Russell, if you see the PIR, I'll do a PIR review. I think those are kind of fun because we can learn how to do them better ourselves. You know, I sit here like I'm some sort of expert, and I'm not. I'm vested in them because I like to see teams succeed and do well. And I think the PIRs are actually really important for your growth and those types of things. And so I want to review them. I want us to get better about doing them ourselves and how we can effectively handle these types of outages. And I know a PIR takes a little while time to actually do it. Right. I understand. Absolutely not asking for a private thing. I'm saying if you see it and it's public, I'd love to. I think a lot of the times the clouds do them public. I could be wrong. I would never show something shared in confidence with me. Stuff does get shared in confidence with me. And you guys never see it. I actually when I go to speak about something, I actually go to find a website, because one thing that I do is I have NDAs signed with the cloud providers because they work very closely with my company. And so I actually have to be very careful that I don't accidentally say something that's not public. So before I do a stream with like the news and stuff, I have, this is not like some subtle brag or anything. I have inside information on a lot of those stuff that I'm trusted with. And so I always make sure that I find a public website that's talking about it. Even if they're talking about it as a leak, I'll just be like, hey, this person has it as a leak. That's fine. That's public information. So if you find a public PIR, actually, any of you, if you find a public PIR from a cloud or anybody, I'd love to review it. I'd love to see what we can learn from it. But yes, I do find sources, and I try to give them to you all as well. That's something I attempt to do. I also don't just want to tell you guys stuff and be like, and take my word for it. My word's garbage. My word's garbage. I'm a big fat liar. Not actually. Not actually. But one of the things that you'll notice with people that tell the truth, they also don't have anything to hide. And so they'll always have those references anyways, because they tell the truth. Anyways, how to spot a liar in 10 easy steps. Okay, we got this updated. Is that all we needed to do? No, we were working on this and then we're talking about it. But yeah, anybody, please get me PIRs. I'd love them. All right, what else is it complaining about? Oh, enums. How do I do enums in clap? Russell, step one. Are they trying to sell you something? Oh. I work with a lot of our vendors, and I have to tell you that I like the vendors who are upfront and honest, where they'll be like, hey, yeah, no, we're not good at this, or we don't do this very well. It gives them a lot of authenticity and like validity. They're not just trying to cram something down your throat. I actually generally in reviews of vendors ask them, hey, what type of system would I have that I should not choose you and should choose your competitor? And if they don't give me a heartfelt answer, that's kind of a negative, because it means that they're not really being honest with me. Now, sometimes there is no viable solution, but yeah, I say sometimes. Is this all we need to do? Dude, the bribery is real from companies, and like it's also like insulting as well. Do you think some swag is going to make me your friend? Yeah, it's kind of disgusting. I personally, I know that like a lot of corporate policy says any large gift. So like a vendor can take you out to eat and that's not bribery because it's not sufficient enough. I don't allow any of it. Like literally if I go out to eat with a vendor, I will pay for my own meal. Thank you. You should add that. All right. So I don't actually want this enum. I just want the thing in them. Can I inline them? Is that a way? The other option I could do is I could make a different clap structure for bringing the data in. It feels bad. It feels bad. I kind of would like to just... I'd like to use the same structure. We need to default this enum though, right? I forget how to do that. I don't remember how to do that. I don't do that nearly enough. This is how we do it. Okay, okay. Actually, I think ascending would be like, no. I think order in list is the way we'll do default. Oh. Cheats. Should we do cheats? I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to cheats. I'm not opposed to cheats. We'll think about cheats. So the other one is like the test results, but this isn't really an enum. It's a union struct. This is more of the classical enum. This is more of a union struct of these two. And so I don't really want... I'm more looking for like a flatten. I don't know if that makes sense. I just want to flatten them. Is it flatten or inline? Clap flatten? Clap flatten. Let's do this. Let's do open questions for the cheating. What would this look like? Would it be optional and up to the AI if they cheat or not? Would it give them the ability to make moves that are not allowed by the rules? Could the other AI call out the cheating AI? There's some questions there. Like, is the test if the other AI could catch the cheating? That's an interesting that's an interesting thought. So I think it's saying we just do this, right? I don't think I've imported clap. I should fix that. Nope. I might not have the full features. Let me look at their examples here. I actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to jump out of this really quickly. I have got to go to the bathroom. This has hit me all of a sudden. It is somewhat intense. We're going to do a round of Wordle. Yeah. We're going to do a round of Wordle. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Enjoy your Wordling. Go Wordle. Oh, back. Feel much better now. Ooh, apron. What do we have here? What do we have here? I'm so bad at this game. Graph is a really good. I'm gonna guess graph too. I'm guessing graph. That's a good one. I'm sitting here trying to think of how to spell Pharaoh. I don't know how to spell Pharaoh. I spelled Pharaoh correctly. But Pharaoh doesn't work because the R and A are in the right place. So that means the P has to be here or here. So no in. Praise. Praise could be there. Cramp. Cramp is a good one. I'm gonna go with No, praise has an E, doesn't it? So it has to be like cramp. What were you saying, Russell? What were you saying? What could it be? I'm going through the alphabet right now to see if there's another one. It's not FedRAMP, thankfully. That gives me shudders. Dramp isn't a word. All right, well, good enough. We beat this one. I think we just beat this one, right? That's what I'm going with. Oh, I don't have to kill the window. We won. Done. Happy birthday, everyone. Executive orders. Done. Feels good. Feels good to win. Feels good to win. All right. Oh, I was flattening. Flattening. Do we have examples of flattening? Oh, whoa. Okay. I need to talk to some of my Firefox devs here. This annoys me that it changes position. Like, I go to click on this one right here, but if it opens up, it does this right here. I absolutely hate this. Firefox. I have to check on my setup. Like, maybe it's not them, and maybe I have some, like, really dumb setup, but, like, absolutely dislike it. This is not exactly what I was talking about. Oh my gosh. Of UXNs, moving the items you want to click as you hover is number one. Yeah, I have to look because, like, I have a somewhat legacy. Like, this has been here for a while, and maybe I've done some stuff, and like, maybe I can, you know, without their thing there. Okay, that got rid of that. So I'm good. But now I can't drag the things that I really wanted to keep that were really important to me. I got rid of that whole thing. Okay, but this is fine. Just put that thing down here next time. That was driving me up a wall. Is flatten not the right word? I feel like that's what I've called it. Let's just see how this does. Let's do this. I'm wondering if like maybe it's doing it already. And I just need to see how it's handling those. Test case. I need to do the enum value here, right? I need to do like this. Yeah. I'm gonna have to propagate this through, aren't I? That fixed that. Okay. What's wrong with this one? Ah, see, this is my problem here. So it's not supporting flattening of it. So I think the answer is that while this is how we'll SERDI it in, this won't be the same. I hate to do that. I really do. Basically, we can't serialize this in with clap. So we'll need something like this. Clap test case. Do we have like a enum for the agent type? Like that's not just going to be a string, is it? I know we have this, which is like the agent kind is what we have, right? But this is an enum. So this needs to actually be not like this at all. which is fine because we're going to handle all those other things in other places. Okay, okay. We don't need that. We just need clap, right? And that kind of changes all of this because those things were being passed in as those strings, which it no longer has, which is fine. We're going to have to update this to get the API keys and stuff from the right location anyways, which is fine. This ain't too bad. Misspelling on this stream? Horrifying. Horrifying. Encardo, welcome. Welcome to some of the worst Python you have ever seen. Also right up there is it's some of the worst Python and some of the worst Rust you have ever seen. I'm disappointed in myself. Like, I have spent the last hour working on how do we configure a stupid run. And it's weird because, like, I can't even make the application without the inputs. Like, usually you can, like, oh, well, I'll just stub some of these out. And it was like, no, how this is structured is going to affect how we run test cases and how the whole application runs. So I decided to start there first. How do we have had configuration stream. Every Pythonzer's dream. This whole app is a test case. What this whole app is. I haven't gotten any logic to write a test case yet. If you think that I should test case an enum, I think that would be very difficult. Doesn't do anything. I write tests for logic, which is mostly commented out right now. Okay, so now we can derive this. We don't need the enum value, right? right. I don't think we do. This is garbage, though. This is garbage. This doesn't work. It does work. It does work. It does work. It's garbage. It's garbage. It doesn't work. Because this means we could only have two. We could have an OpenAI and an Anthropic, but we couldn't do an OpenAI versus another OpenAI model. Dang it. I hate clap. Yes, I'm going to make two AIs clash in tic-tac-toe and rock, paper, scissors. Yes, that is the goal. So, right, I'm just, again, like, I'm literally just thinking through the data structure here. I think that you could have two OpenAI agents, you know, one using the 5.0 model and the one using the 4.1 model, clash, right? To see which one's better at tic-tac-toe. In the future, we can add some more games. Like, the idea is, like, I'm going to build it in a way where you could play any game. Like, it's going to be a framework for running these. And so hopefully the community for next year, there won't be time for this year, but hopefully for next year, the community could make their own games and add to the list of games that are played, and or like pre-train a model. What if we change it like this? What if we did this? One second. And then pub struct Anthropic config. And then, oh no, I hate this. Never mind. So reading this from a CSV is fine. So like one of the things that we're going to do is just make it so like, basically one of the things, I'd like to be able to run it from the command line where we just do two agents and do two things. The other thing that I would like to do is be able to run 1,000 tests in the background all at the same time, so that you can do like you can just see how they do, you know, maybe it's a fluke, the one that you ran on the test. It'd be fun to see them do it slowly one at a time, but then I just want to run it over and over and over and over and over again. The CLI is not conducive to this. So what I can do, I was trying to make it as close to the CSV as possible. But what I think I am probably needing to do is for this one, do agent 1. It cannot be this. It cannot be this because this is an enum. What can it be? do I maybe just read these from a file? And like, that's always a thing. Like, all the agent config stuff has to be in a file because this is so much easier to SERDI deserialize. Put the enum inside the struct. It doesn't matter. Clap doesn't do that. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. What we could do that. We could, 1 second. Now, I was originally thinking that they could have things that other ones didn't have. Like, let's say OpenAI had Bobby was an option. Bobby tables was an option. But we can just make it an option. Okay, I like this. I like this. I like this. No. We're gonna go with this. If it's optional, not all AIs support it. It will just be an option. Okay, good. Nope, we're doing it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you posted a link. You probably did it already for me, and I was just too... my brain was working too fast to pick up all the words that you wrote. I was thinking I needed to do it the other way. Because I was thinking like, oh, they won't all support all the options, but that's fine. It's literally, you just put them, and if it doesn't support it, it doesn't support it. We could even log that an option was set that's not supported for that agent if we wanted to in the future. So this is fine. Click the link. It wasn't you. I can't do this. Clap won't do an enum like this. It'll only do enums that don't have values. It won't do union structs. It will just do enums. Right? So it can't have a union type. No, I'm still pretty noobish on just about everything. I'm fighting inside the bounds of Clap right now, which is the part that I'm just learning. Like, Clap is a command line argument parser. And so I also get why some of this doesn't quite make sense for a command line. I was trying to keep it as close to what we'd read off a file. Like I said, the big one would just be based off of a file. And I just need to break out of that a little bit. So basically, we can't have union types in Clap that I understand of how to use. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I've been known to be wrong. Now that we did this, are our woes done? Are our woes done? Can we make Clap the same? Maybe we can. Claude is saying I can. I don't know if I can copy and paste this. I don't know. It's feeling pretty impossible to me. Let me try to log in here. These aren't sub commands though. I did see the sub command. But this isn't a sub command, right? This is the enum value is what I was trying to do. But enum value doesn't allow value union structs. Could I do it with subcommand? No, I can't do it with subcommand because it's not a subcommand. It's just union type. So I don't think it makes sense as a command line argument to do what I was doing. I think honestly this makes more sense here. What I'm doing with pulling agent as the enum. I think. And I think what we'll do is we'll just do like all defaults for these. So you'll do like tic-tac-toe. And you'll just get all defaults. Let's see. How do I have to actually implement? I might have to implement default for these not to just be 0, 0. Let's do this. Let's not do this. Yeah. Okay. This makes more sense, right? This is like your standard tic-tac-toe. Beautiful. Okay. I thought if I just implemented default for this, it would be fine. Are you okay? One second. Everybody's okay. I mean, this is fine. We can just do this. This is not difficult. So this way, what we're going to do is we're just going to use the default game whenever the command line is called. You know what? You know what? That's not even really what I want, is it? This isn't actually what I was thinking. I was thinking we'd do the default for whichever one is picked. So let's do this. Impl default for rock, paper, scissors, 3 rounds, player order and default. And then what I really want here is not implementing default. What do I want? What do I want? I want everything. I don't want this. I want to do like, and I want a function like new with the string. Yeah, like this. And then we just pull the defaults. So like if you're not giving a full game config, you're just going to get the defaults. That way you don't have to pass in the command line all of the configs for all the different games. And we're just, if you want to go into this, you've got to do the file. I think that's a fair thing. Like you've got to build a file of the game that you want to do and do that and run that way. I'm mostly going to do it with the file. I figured for people running locally that just wanted to play around with it, that would be nice. I could be wrong. Okay. Let's go. This doesn't build, does it? It does not. It does not. Good, 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 good. It would have kind of freaked me out if it had built. All right, let's no. Go back up here. Okay, so this is the clap stuff. We want clap test case. Is this really optional? One, there shouldn't be two test cases. There should just be the test, and then there should be the file. All right, clap test case, but this straight bound are not satisfied. Value enum. Okay, we still have a problem. We still have a problem here, but it's okay. We're getting there. We did not do the value enum here. Something like this, right? No. See, Surdy has flattened, but that's not what we want. We want, it's clap enum value, right? Enum, is it value? Just like that? That wasn't it, was it? That was not it. It was close. Value enum is like this here. I'm looking at your thing here. This is what I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you. This right here. Arg value enum. Done. And then this needs clap value. Oh, it already does. Okay, good, 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 good. What's this? Cannot find attribute arg in this scope. How dare you? My scope is a beautiful scope. One of the best scopes you've seen. Let's see. We'll just throw this at the top. So as parser, and I want value. Okay, we'll just delete this one. Done. Cannot find attribute arg in this scope. That's because arg needs to be For it to work, for arg to work, it has to be under this command, right? Right. And this isn't a command, right? So we just need to basically do this. Because this is the enum putting that in place, right? Cannot find command. Why can you not find derived parser? We've got parser derived. We do not have parser derived. I'm about to be raided by a cat. Come here. Come here. Say hello. Yeah, now you get down. Good boy. All right. Complete. Oh no, I fixed it. It's fixed. Look at that. Ha. I got distracted by the cat right as I was fixing it, I think. Maybe not. Value parser exists for reference, but its traits bounds were not satisfied. Oh no. Okay, so the method value parser exists for the reference clap test case, but its traits bounds were not satisfied. So it doesn't like something that I've set up for test case. And it's talking about the value enum. So we have a value enum it's just not liking. Right here. I forgot to denote. Wait, these are not. These are structs. Done. Oh, you know what though? Does this need to be a sub command? I'm kind of wondering if I've gotten too Do I need to make this a... I just derive subcommand, right? I wasn't really thinking of it as a subcommand. Right, and then a subcommand only because this is config, not... Yeah, it's not a subcommand. It's not. These are flags. Oh, no. Stop. Do we need to just bust out all these? Maybe it's... Maybe that's part of it? No, it was not. Oh, I see. Okay, copy that. I just need to put deserialized back in here. Thank you. Okay, but that didn't fix our bounds exist. Does it mean that... See, I did this value enum here. But does it need that here as well? Like... I can throw like a parser on here. I don't think that's the cause. Maybe it's the cause. Maybe it's the root cause. It's now at least saying this doesn't have the right stuff, which is fine. What is it saying? It's saying the its traits bounds. Their example didn't have anything more than what I have, right? Why is it going to this fromster for the clap builder? Everything needs to have a fromster, right? But why is this getting dinged for it? I do the arg enum. Chat, I need to sit down and think this out. Really, I think my big folly here is too much indentation. I would like to just flatten. Wait, maybe they. Wait, let me look for that. Can I flatten the struct? This is what I've been looking for. Right? Because, like, I want to flatten all of this stuff. Which I think solves some of that, right? Yeah. Does it even need to be command? I don't think so, since I'm flattening it. Yeah. We're still not happy, but let me look through this. Oh, you know what? I think I see the problem. What does this even mean? What does it even mean? We don't need parser if we have args, right? Done. This is looking better. I'm not a total noob. I'm a total noob. You weren't prepared for such a total roller coaster of emotions. Welcome. That's the general thing. I either feel like a total noob or a demigod of software engineering. I have only those two extremes. The roller coaster between those is steep, severe, and advanced. I'm pretty sure that's like the only two like when I get this figured out and it's beautiful and works just amazingly and is like cool UX experience on the command line, I'm gonna feel like a demigod of software engineering. The steps before that, I feel like I just have never programmed in my life, and all of this is the worst. Absolutely. Absolutely. If it's not happening in 4 seconds, are you really an AI? I mean, my central processing unit allows for advanced mood swings. All right, let's see how this... I want to see the build output from this. These I get. Clap fine, okay. Cannot find attribute clap in this. Main at 17. Ah, I see. I see. Oh no! Back in the well of denial. Back in the well of denial. I am the worst software engineer there is. Okay. So they want like literally, okay, this is easy now. We'll do F and T. If that's all they're complaining about, I will handle this with ease and grace. Like I said, I'm a demigod programmer. That ain't no problem for me, son. Oh, I'm the worst. I still cannot get this. See? Rule limit of coast service commissions. I can do it. Due to unsatisfied trait bounds. I don't like your trait bounds either. Okay, but some of this is getting cleaned up. This is good. This is good. We're getting there. All right. All right, let me do one thing and see if everything else is working. As I expect it to. Watch this. And the answer is no. This is worrisome. What a noob. So this is still an issue. I thought it was if I just read the help here, that would have been helpful. It's like the help was trying to tell me I'm missing something. Wait, I'm in args here. Wait. Which one is this in? 239. 239. This can just be deleted, right? Yeah. Okay. That was just a turquoise herring. Don't care about those right now. Interesting. This is still a thing. Okay. Let's clean up this. This should be 169. Let's see what that is. Ambiguous associated types. Oh. Because this doesn't exist this way anymore. Right. Okay, this makes sense. It goes like this. Thank you so much for the something. Thank you so much for Alex Dane. And the follow. And the follow. Thanks. Been growing it out a little. Okay. I'm gonna have to be real with you all. I'm growing this out for a YouTube video. That's all I can tell you about that. I don't know much about beard care because I don't keep a beard. I've tried to like trim it some, but I don't know what I'm doing with that. And the second thing is, the mustache is the most annoying facial feature, hair facial feature that I have. By a landslide. By a metric landslide. I can't eat anything without dipping it in something. I don't know what to do with it. It's a pretty yeah, we'll just do model. That's not gonna work, but like whatever. This will just get the ears to go away. The mustache is amazingly annoying. Yeah, I've never experienced this before, and I don't know what to do with it. I'm gonna have to like get barrettes to pin it up so when I eat. I'm not sure. I think that would look pretty stupid. I mean, you can hold back your current thoughts on how it looks, but it might look dumber. Like if you thought it was bad now, it might be worse. I gained a new respect for mustached people. Like the amount of work that goes into it. It's just an amount of work. Okay, so we got rid of everything else. Good. I'm gonna start removing stuff until this works. Why? What am I doing wrong here? Have I ever programmed before in my life? Thanks for the follows and the resub, Dane. Thank you very much. I super appreciate it. I hope your weekends are going fantastic. We're on a roller coaster of emotions right now, if you couldn't tell. The interesting thing is this value parser looks like it's on the value enum, right? Like impls value enum. This is why I've been looking into the value enum, but I got rid of all the value enum, right? Doesn't satisfy 7 bounds. What bounds does it not satisfy? That's fine. Okay. This is not. One second. Something like this. Is this what I've been missing? If this is... I don't understand this. I should have flattened this from the get-go, right? Because this is not a command. It's not a sub-command. It's just args. Now, what doesn't make sense to me is why it was always complaining about the enum. I don't know anything in this world. I don't understand. I understand nothing. Nothing. Okay, I'm being just a little dramatic. I'm having fun. I don't understand why this was giving me the enum value error. But it did. Now, the thing is... Ooh, let me think about this. What I was gonna say is, should this be a subcommand? I don't think so. I mean, it's really purpose built. You're either giving it a test file or you're doing this. Okay. These should be mutually exclusive too. We'll check this one first. If this one exists, this is the one we're going to do. We have not added this back yet. This is the actual value enum part, and it doesn't have a problem with it. Fantastic. Oh, it does have an issue with it. Oh, okay. That's not this part. That's where are? Okay, what line was this on? This doesn't make any sense anymore, does it? This does not make any more sense to do it this way. So these agent configs no longer have that information in them. So it's really just this. I don't think we need to build agent configs anymore, do we? I don't think we need these build agents anymore. Oh, these give you the dynamic agents. I see. So really what we want to do is we want to match. Config.agent, right? That's the agent kind. And this would be like agent kind OpenAI. And we don't need to pass any of these in because it's in the config already. Yeah, agent. All right, I'm on the upswings of the emotional roller coaster. This is gonna get dangerous. Oh yeah, I'm feeling it. I am feeling it. You know when a plan comes together? Plan is coming together. Beautiful. Okay, I do have a few things that are like, oh, this is never used, but that's because we're just starting. So I'm not super worried about a lot of these at the moment. Oh, these are interesting. 234. Wait, why does it say test result has derived impulse from the trait debug and clone, but these are intentionally ignored during dead code analysis. Consider changing the field to be of unit type to suppress this warning while preserving the field numbering, or remove the field. No, I actually want these things. Okay. Yeah. I just haven't done anything with them yet. I mean, this is just the config to do stuff with this. Okay. So now if we do like build help, we should see the command line, right? That feels incorrect. Did I misspell help? Help! No, I didn't misspell help. Let's just try it with just help. Nope. Oh, I said cargo build, not cargo run. I'm a silly goose. I'm a silly goose. There we go. Sanity. A panic. Argument names must be unique, but model is in use by more than one group. Okay, this is a problem. This is a problem. I think I knew this was going to happen, right? So if we go into here, into the test case, we have agent 1 and agent 2, which both have model. And when you flatten, they flatten to just model, right? And so I wish it was like agent to model, agent to temp. Is there a way to tell flatten to do this? There should be. Clap, flatten. Parse a set of arguments into a user defined container. Implementing the trait lets a parent container delegate argument parsing behalf to self with and flatten. So I basically want to, like, when I call flatten here, I want to give it like a prefix that it prefixes to everything. I don't want to make a, like, I could just make a second one of these. Let's see. What about just... No. So conflicts with is interesting. See, like, this is where, like, I want to do, like, a base, right? I'm sure that it has to. Like a prefix or a base or something like that. Mod prog, gotta love them. All right, let's see. I wanted to see stuff that I could do with flatten. I feel like there has to be a good way. We conflated value name long and ID renaming it, making it the ID rather than existing areas. Okay, so manually define our groups. Okay. How do I do that? How do I do that? Can we do something like our group? Does that not work with flatten? They're not in flatten entry. Wait. So done with known bug. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. What did Google say here? Oh, they make two different structs. I hate that. Like, we could do this. If that's really the solution here. Thank you so much for the follow. It's good to have you on board. Is that what fixes this? Okay, well, except like obviously I did something that was. Oh, and then like yeah, now I have to go through and walk through all of this for the two things. I don't like this. And then I could do like a long verbose B, right? I just want it to append the struct name on it, right? This shouldn't be difficult. Uh-oh, is this the thing that we're waiting on? Variants without a type would be flags. I love that this is the checkbox. So in my case, what I'd like to have happen in these two flattens, let's undo that. In these two flattens, I'd like to just append this to all of the things that happen in here. So instead of model, I'd like agent 1 underscore model, agent 1 underscore temp, agent 1, right? None of this conversation is actually solving that. Okay, can I do this? I don't know that I can do this with flatten, but maybe this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah, see, I don't think that works with flatten, right? And command isn't gonna fix this, right? Yeah. And I can't do override. These are two same structs. Is there a different way of thinking of this that I should be using instead? This isn't exactly what I'm looking to do. All right, all right. I need to visit the little boy's room again. That tea went straight through me. Went absolutely straight through. Actually, it's been like 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. Let's leave on a high note. I need to figure this out. This is a stupid problem, and I'm probably just not thinking about it correctly. So I need to like just sit, think about it. Let me do that. I'm going to figure this out before the next stream, because then we're going to actually get into what I'd like to do next stream, or next Saturday. Maybe not next stream, but next Saturday is actually implementing the game logic for tic-tac-toe. Like, I'd like to get 2 AIs to play tic-tac-toe next stream, or next Saturday. So that's what we're going to do next Saturday. I am going to try to stream this week. I know I said that last week, and I didn't then, and I was throwing up. So, you know, sometimes things happen. But I am going to try to stream some in the evenings. We'll see exactly how much or when, and we'll see if we get a groove going. I've liked this Saturday. I've gotten a groove pretty much going on the Saturdays, so we'll see. We'll see. I also have some videos and stuff to do. Been growing a beard out for it. It's going to be pretty fantastic. Anyways, thanks everybody. Let me check really quickly if there's somebody we should raid. Let's see if there's somebody good to raid right now. Let's see. Any of the classics that we enjoy raiding? You know what? There is B7H30. We haven't rated B7H30 recently, so go say hi to them. Go say hi to B7H30. Thanks everybody for joining. Super appreciated having you all over. Sorry we just worked on configuration. That was lame. That was lame. But it is what needed to be done. So I appreciate you all hanging out for a little bit. I'll try to stream a little bit more during the week and go learn something about security. Oh, wait. I would have done the Robot Wars, but we'll do this. This guy does some cool security stuff. So have fun. Thanks, everyone.